Hello. It's time to um, interface. Time to interface. So I left off with essentially just showing that I can do this kind of thing where I take a class directly from Jolt, essentially code from Jolt, and I'm including it in straight into Godot's source, right? So I've made a type that is literally just an interface on top of this wheel settings class struct, same thing, and show that it works. So what I want to do just before I get any further is clean this file up, bring these function calls back to the original header file, all of this, because it's really annoying to have all this code not in the header file. So I'm just going to bring them back carefully. I mean, I just did like a little recording here, but it's like exactly the same amount of characters I'm pressing. Maybe it's a bit faster. Can I record to numbers? You know, you probably cannot. It would make sense why I could not do that. I'm not going to do that. Actually, no, I should be able to, right? If I record to 2. Awesome. Definitely faster. Yeah, so those are all put in there. Ready to be copied. I guess I could have just copied the space from there. Oh well. And I guess I should watch these to make sure I'm copying them to the right place, but I'm pretty sure when I did all this, I copied directly from here. But I didn't think of this. This normalized? I mean, I think it's only an issue if I define my own method to be inline. Also, when you make inlines, you typically make like the inline file. It's like a good practice, so Godot does that, I think, some places. I just had a thought. Should I allow setting this even though... Because technically what you could do... No, I don't think so. This spring thing is a little strange. Because of the use of a union, that's really just there to get the same name, or two different names. But because of how I just read how unions work, it changes which member is the active one, which means the other name can point to just like dead memory. Or just invalid memory. So I guess in theory what you could do is you would just set your stiffness, and then that becomes the new value. But you would have to also set the spring mode. I wonder if I could do that. I could just make it so when you call set spring stiffness, if the mode isn't stiffness, it sets it to stiffness. It's an idea. I don't think I should do it though. Also, it's still weird when I tested it. I set like a float value, and I don't even think I set a value that was too precise. But it came back with like a whole bunch of extra numbers after it. You know what? I guess I just had an idea. I think when I set that, I should set it to a real type, shouldn't I? I should use real. Because I feel like what might have happened is it got confused and set it using a double precision value, so I got like extra bits at the end. Or I didn't have extra bits at the end, and then when I read it, I read extra bits or something. Like the debugger or something, whenever it reads it. It expects to be getting a double value. That could be a possibility. But shouldn't it know? Does rigid body use floats? Yeah, see, they use real type everywhere. That's probably what I'm supposed to do. I don't think I'm supposed to use float. Let me just see if float, where float is. Okay, that's too many. Yeah, I feel like I'm actually definitely supposed to be using real type, even though I can't use floats, or even though I can't use it. Because these suspension things are all hard-coded to be float. So I just will write it like this. Because yeah, I think when I make it properties like this, the expectation is that we're dealing with real types, with whatever real type is set to. Which in my case, it's always going to be double. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm definitely just suspicious about those extra numbers that I got. And it doesn't seem right. That one already comes back as a real type because this times 0.01 is going to cast it. Is going to implicitly cast it. Did I even need to be making? I don't know. I don't know. But I'll just set these to be real. Yeah, I think I'm getting the feeling now that floats and doubles implicitly cast to each other, and I didn't really have to write all this out. But I don't know. Maybe it's the case that whenever this runs in GD script, it's doing certain things that result in reading more memory than it's supposed to be reading. So if I ensure that I'm passing back doubles instead of floats, then it will properly cope with that and not give me crazy values. Because there's no way going from a float to a double results in like less precision. That just doesn't make sense to me. Because that's what that looked like. It looked like it was just reading some extra numbers. I mean, that's not even how a float works. Floats or doubles. The number was still correct up to like a certain number of decimal places. I don't know, that one's really weird to me. That was really weird to me. And I don't understand why. I don't think I gave too many decimal places. I really don't think I did. Alright. But anyway, all that goes away now. And we are back to simplicity. Okay. And then to verify, I have to compile this. Is there a way to speed this up? I wonder if they have any documentation about compiling their own engine. They're like, hey, pass this flag and you can build way faster. I think if I do... Never mind. I was going to say production's probably slower than dev, but definitely not because this turns off debug symbols. Yeah, link time optimization. Oh, never mind, that's not time. LTO. Oh. The alias enables link time optimization for Linux, web, and Windows O with MingW. Okay. MinGW, MingW. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything here about making it faster. Faster development. LDD links faster. Could that be faster? Probably. So I would get LLD. Maybe we should look at latest, actually. They might have changed something. Engine details. That's new. Hmm. By several seconds on slow CPUs. Oh, so probably not worth it. What point should I think virus total is just giving me false positive? If you're pretty sure it is safe and it tells you it's not, I would call that a false positive. Like you're checking, I don't know, Steam or something, and you're like, and it's telling you it's got a virus, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure Steam is safe, you know? I wouldn't say it's a false positive if you're like unsure. If the reason you're testing it is because you're not sure, then it's probably not a false positive. I wouldn't treat it like it's a false positive. Okay, so this compiled just fine. And I'm curious if it actually changed anything. Well, I think I closed this without saving, so I may not have that test there anymore. And I have to add it back. I yawn so much. It says 2 of 66. I have seen some of their stuff whenever you test, like there's always some test that says it's bad. I think 2 of 66 is probably fine. If it's really bad, I think, in 2 of 66, and it's like some kind of sophisticated attack, and it's probably unlikely. I think it's unlikely you have something that is so sophisticated that only 2 can pick it up. Alright, did suspension... What was missing? Spring mode was missing. It's back. Where you text at? What do you mean? Oh! Right. There it is. I guess it's really called interfacing. Is that what you meant? The task? Alright, so it's still here. Is this really too precise for floats? I don't think so. Maybe it is. Okay. Oh, right, right. Maybe I should make it stiffness. And then set stiffness. Make sure that works. Yeah, probably. Alright, so that read correctly. I still don't like how it adds all of that. I feel like that's not... I gotta test. So if I copy this and I look at like floating point representation or something... There's some website that's really, really good. Is it Omni Calculator? No, this site's really, really bad. Never mind. How does it represent it? As a float. I guess both. Why not? So I get 3-1. I guess it can't represent that. Wow. 3139. Is that what I got here? 375. Weird. One of those two even says Artemis malware, so I know that's BS because Artemis is quite new. Oh. This isn't the same. This isn't the slide I was thinking of. There's like, is it really just the first one? Oh yeah, this is the one. So I type in that. 3139. Why is it so off? This is single precision. Is it slightly off if this rounds up? can we refresh there? Oh, there it is. Wait, these two round to the same number? I guess, I mean, sure. Okay. It can't be that precise. Cool, okay. Definitely very good. And then I want to see the inspector. Okay, that's keeping it normalized. That keeps it normalized. That keeps it normalized. Cool. What are these defaults? Oh, wow, I didn't set these defaults. These are just defaults from the wheel settings. Cool. Yeah, all the defaults just came straight in. I didn't even realize that. Steering axis is on the Y, forward is on the Z, up is on the Y. Radius is 0.3, width is 0.1. Spring frequency 1.5. I changed it to stiffness. It read a weird value there. That wasn't right. Wait, 1.5. I guess that is the default. Yeah. Cool. All right, wheelbase settings is good. I'd probably go and commit this stuff. I think I already did. Yeah, bunch of lines deleted. Added lines back here. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so what should I have next? I think I'm just doing... I don't actually know. Anywhere that has settings, I guess. So I have vehicle constraint settings. Where do I set the engine settings? Is that in... Someone has to define, like, the engine, I think. Does the engine hold transmission? No. This holds a controller. So I think the controller must contain the engine. Controller settings is actually totally empty. Okay. Those are wheels, vehicle engine settings, vehicle transmission settings, and differential settings. Okay. So I need to have all three of those. Engine settings, transmission, differential. I guess I'll go alphabetically. Okay, vehicle differential settings. I can probably take this one. Wheelbase settings, vehicle differential settings. I guess I should give it the whole name. Right, and I think I definitely need this. No, it's just integers and floats. I don't need any of that. Cool. But since I'm not importing that, I will have to include actual Jolt. And then physics vehicle Jolt or vehicle differential. Should I actually make this one protected instead of private? That's probably best. Then I don't have to do friend stuff. What did I just do? Why I hit a slash by accident. I said new. What did I just do? I think I've done that before. I don't think it doesn't do anything. Oh no, yeah, I did make a file named slash. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's like really spooky. Having a file named slash. I'm worried about trying to delete that file. I feel like I could mess it up and delete everything. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure that's a test, right? they definitely have a test where they're like, yeah, let's make sure that this like file viewer that I have, that they can correctly delete a file named /. Yeah. That is very spooky. It's like having a file named RM or something. Or having a file named /. If you want to delete a directory named /. That's probably not allowed, right? Actually, never mind. It probably is allowed. I just made a file called /. Scary. I shouldn't need validate property, just bind. Alright, what have I got? I do have a method. Ooh, okay. This is where things get interesting. There is a method here. I don't think I need to expose that method. I could. There are 2 outs. How would you write that? I think should I send that out? Okay, I don't think I'm going to use it, so I'm not going to send it out. If for some reason in the future I'm like, oh, I really need to know this torque ratio on my vehicle differential, then I can do that. But I don't think I need to do that, because this is just interfaces on top of settings, essentially. Don't need it. Do not need it. I'm on insert. Oops. Can you make it so that everywhere that float is defined, it replaces it with double? Because real type is just saying like a type definition. I guess technically you can make a macro out of everything, out of anything. So you could macro a true to be false. So I guess the same thing applies there. You could macro float to be double. Right? Limited slip ratio. Why do they write documentation like this? When this ratio is exceeded, all torque is distributed to the slowest moving wheel. This allows implementing a limited slip differential. Set to float max for an open differential. Value should be greater than 1. Ratio engine torque. I guess just torque ratio. Make sure the sum of all differentials is 1. Okay. Makes sense to me. Right. Okay. I think I need type conversions, but I kind of want this one to be the register types. Last DB bind, the method, and then the name. Cool. The name of the method, right? Yeah. Differential, split, slip, torque. Ratio? Yeah, torque ratio. Six values. 6. And then I need properties now. And these are integers and floats. I know that split will be 0 to 1. The indexes will be, I guess I can leave them as -1 because that's the default. Then torque has to be 0 to 1 as well. Differential ratio. Ratio between rotation speed, that's already greater than 1, so. Rotation speed of gearbox and wheels. So it should be at least 1, right? I'm guessing you would want that to be at least 1, but I guess it could be less than 1. Differential ratio. One second. So left-right split. It says that this value should be greater than 1, right? Value should be greater than 1. How could I set it to be infinite, actually? Maybe that's what I should do. Have a toggle that's like open differential or something. They say for an open differential, set to infinity, right? So I should definitely add one for that. The slip ratio, but then also say how do you check if it's how do I actually check this? What is this? How do you yeah, I don't actually know how to do this. Check if float is, I think there's a function for this. I just don't know. Standard is infinite. Defined in CMath. CMath. Okay, so I include CMath and then check is infinite. All right. Is open. Is infinite. Okay, and then setting this though, how do I do that? They write set it to float float max. Is that numeric limits? C limit? Looks like it. Float max. Float max is not here. Or I'm just blind. Wait, double min. Why does it link me here if it's not actually defined here? C float. Float max. Okay. C float, float max. Got it. And this is where header files get it problematic because this is it says this is a macro constant. So I don't want that. I would rather have numeric limits. Because then I could say this instead of having a macro. I'm pretty sure they don't. They probably do define it. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Stupid, dumb. Oh, maybe it's already there. They say it comes from... I'll just include it. Whatever. C float. Oh, now it's listed here. What? C float. Float max. Cool. Now, I think when I return this, I need to do a check here. If it's infinite or not. Right, so let me do this. If we are an open differential, I'm going to return this is actually where I have to do numeric limits. This is definitely where I have to do it. So numeric limits, I would do numeric limits, real t, and then max. So defining limits. Okay, so let me just do limits. I replaced float with that, so I would do set open different. I know that this is going to be a float. This is numeric limits. Of the float type, and then I want max. Yeah. If we are open, I return of the real type max. Right? Okay, so if we are infinite, or if we have an open ratio, I will return the real type maximum, which, I mean, I know it's always going to be double in my case, but, you know, just to be nice, I guess, if someone else wants this code. And then I will do a check here. If I pass in the infinite type for this value. Actually, wait a second. Is infinity the same for floats and doubles? I didn't think of that. I think they might be the same. Yeah, what's, special values? Infinity. Yeah, what's infinity? Infinity. Okay, so I'm guessing they're not the same because this is infinity. So I'm assuming the exponent is larger for doubles. It must be, right? Because if the exponent is larger for doubles, wait a second. If you cast, no, it should know that, right? It should properly cast that, right? If you cast an infinite float to an infinite double, to a double, you get an infinite double. Man, I don't know. What's nan? With one more bit represented. Oh, nan is just all this and then anything here, actually. So these are all nan. Is it like signaling nan is usually the, like every value is turned on or something like that? Lots of nans. Okay. I think it actually handles this already. I don't know. Am I dumb for doing that? Is that too much? Set open, float max is infinite. Is that dumb? Am I on the bell curve? I think I am. I don't think it matters. I'm pretty sure casting infinites are not like the max value. That's not what it is. Oh, no, 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 no. They say set it to the max value. Is the max value positive infinity? I could go find it. I could go find... What is it? CMath? Or limits? How do I find this on Linux? Where is it? Is it... somewhere? I don't know. I think they actually have to say what the macro is. So in... Actually, okay, they don't specify it. Is float... Float max is not infinite. Yeah, possible output. Okay, so they say set it to max, not the maximum finite value. Can I, would I just say like is max or something like that? Limits? No, I need numeric limits. I want, gosh, I'm totally lost now. I got out of C land and I went to C, or out of C++ and went to C. Is... what I just say equals max? I guess that's what I would do, right? I would say equals max. Okay, so this is where... this is where it matters. If I say get slip ratio, what should I return? Should I just return the max value? I guess, yeah, I return the max value, right? Whatever that is. Or should I return infinity? Oh, this is a weird question. Maybe I'm asking too much. probably right. Why does it think it belongs there? I guess I can also say is infinite. Limits gives me... Does limits give me infinite? Has infinity. The special value positive infinity. Oh, has infinity. Oh, does CMath have? I think so. There it is. Yeah, I already have it written up there. Is open differential. I would return limited slip ratio is equal to... If I retrieve it, I ask if we are an open differential. If we are, I return the real max. I feel like I should probably return infinity, shouldn't I? Infinity, yeah. I think it makes more sense to return infinity. Otherwise, building for float and double would return different values. And from GDScript, it's a bit hard to do that, but you do get infinity. So if we set the slip ratio, if it is infinite or the value is equal to our max, then we set open. Otherwise, we cast it to a float. Cool. Right, that all seems good. So I need to make a open slip ratio set open differential is open and set open before slip. Okay. And then here actually we'll have the validate property thing. Because I need to make sure that I hide the slip ratio if I have open differential turned on. And I guess I need... Because I have to set this using a... Yeah, I do have to set this using, like, a Boolean. So I guess I'll do, like, set... like this, I guess. How would I do this? Maybe in this case, I store a second value. Maybe this is a good place for that. It would be, I guess just slip ratio down here. And then when I do set slip ratio, wait, this is wrong. Good thing I saw that. Limited slip ratio. I guess I can store this as it is. So that if I turn it on or off, I don't lose it. I guess I could actually take it here and just reduce the number of methods I have. Then I would do... Yeah, I would just set it like this. Otherwise, I would do... Also, I think I can write this here. I'm pretty sure that's fine. I have it written in the right order, so this one is after the settings. So settings would exist when this runs. Settings, slip ratio is limited slip ratio. Good. So whatever its default is, it will start there. So I can turn it on and off and return straight to the default. Otherwise, settings will be equal to our last saved slip ratio. Is open, return infinity. Closer to that. When I set it, if I'm setting it to infinity or max, I make it open. Otherwise, I stash slip ratio. And I guess here I have to make sure I cast it to a float. Right, that all seems good. the variant type, the name of the property, and then hints. And then the setter and the getter. Already did it wrong. Okay. Hints, so I want property hint range. -1 to 10. Step of 1. Or greater. No suffix. And the setter and the getter. Cool. I will be right back. Go to the bathroom. I'm back. Right, so adding all the properties, making sure I get the names right. Making sure it's also the set and the get. Good. Okay. And this is the differential ratio. It should be greater than 1, so I'll make sure it's greater than 1. And then I mean, I guess I can allow it to be less. I don't know. And then a Boolean. I guess I can just call it open. The slip ratio, I think it says this one should be greater than 1. I think differential could probably be less. Yeah, I guess differential can be less. But slip should be greater than 1. Because I suppose otherwise it's always slipping, right? You know, just for fun. I guess it can also say or less. In case maybe I find there's something really nice with that. I don't know. So this is just supposed to be get split and set split, not ratio. Differential, slip, and then torque. Whoops. Torque ratio. This must be 0, 1. I guess in theory you could make something negative, like a wheel operates in the opposite direction, or the differential rotates in the opposite direction to the engine, or it applies just a negative rotation, not the opposite rotation, but same thing, right? I'll leave it like that. Because you'd be able to call the method if you're setting it on the property. If you're setting it on the property through code, you're not limited. But on the inspector, this is inspector stuff, right? The inspector only lets you set between 0 and 1. Okay, and then I do have to say set is open to be notify property list changed. Is that right? Notify property list changed. Good. Slip ratio. I think only setting it here modifies it. I guess the get is fine. If I call the set, then I notify that I changed. If I call it here, I guess this is the same thing. But it should also just be here, not there. Because this will call it for me. Cool. Okay. Now, if is open differential and property name is equal to slip ratio, then I will hide this. And I'm sure I've got that wrong. It is property usage no editor. Yeah, of course. You got an H640p for sculpting and Blender. Is that a graphics card? Sculpting in Blender? Or is that a tablet? Is open differential slip ratio. Open differential hides the slip ratio. But I did just realize what should I do actually? I guess I save it. I'm just trying to think of what this slip ratio is doing here, because this only gets exported if I set it, if I do like add property. This is here in case I do like set open differential true and then set it back to false. But there is an issue. If we are in an open differential, if I was thinking about how this is saving, maybe instead of returning infinity, I return the slip ratio instead when we're open. Add ray tracing to your game. A D tablet, yeah. Cool. I've got a tablet, a graphics tablet. Although I don't draw enough with it. Add ray tracing. I mean, technically my skybox is ray traced. So there's that. The sky is ray traced. So if we're open, I return the slip ratio, otherwise I return the true value of the slip ratio. So I guess this now makes it so if I turn it off and back on, it will return the same value, even if I were to like quit the game or something and this gets saved to memory as like a save file. Which, you know, when I get to that, it'll be its own thing. But this should support that. So it will default to the same value as limited slip ratio. When we go open and we were to save, it will return the last non-open ratio saved. Right? Oh man. Cool. Right, I think that should be good. That's the only thing that I needed to take off. Slip ratio, which does set and get slip ratio. I'm just gotta look at it again. Okay, I think it's good. I think it's all good. Now, knowing me, I probably have a typo somewhere around here. But I'll go ahead and start working on the next one. So and then I will compile them all at once. So if I have any typos, I should get them all coming out at the same time. So after differential is engine. This one's even simpler. Oh, it does have a curve. A linear curve. Does this have a type conversion? I think it does not. I think I get to add that one, don't I? Which is great, because I just closed that file, because I thought I wouldn't need it. Hilarious. We just... Modules... Jolt. Dude, Red, you're soaking the bed, dude. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Dog is licking his foot and there's just a huge wet spot around it. I swear he just like forgets what he's doing and forgets to stop it. Stop doing it. Something silly like that. Okay, so curve. Yeah, unfortunately no curve. So I guess what I would do then is actually cache a local version for myself. And then just when the curve changes, do I get a signal for that? I should. Signals don't... That may not be how that works. I don't think signals are in C++, I think. They would have to make a callback. Why is there curve and then curve 2D? X, Y, X curve. What's curve 2D? What is the difference between this one? There is no difference. They're just weird and different for some reason, for fun. Is this a compatibility thing? Is curve the compatibility thing? Wait, const car pointer signal. That's how they do signals. Maybe curve 2D is the compatible. What? I'm super confused. What is going on here? There's curve 2D, a Bezier curve in 2D space. Mainly used to give a shape to a path 2D, but can be manually sampled for other purposes. Okay. All right, so how do I do this? I think, because I need to know when this curve changes to tell Jolt about it. That's really bad. That's really bad. That I don't get a callback if a point is added or something. Hmm. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. I think what I can do is I can add... Yeah, I think it should really have a signal that like... oh wait, maybe this is just a generic signal that everything has. Let me see. Changed. Usually when one of its properties is modified. The signal is not emitted automatically for properties of custom resources. Changed. Emitted when the resource changes, usually when one of its properties is modified. Emit changed. Emits the change signal is called automatically for some built-in resources. Okay, so then I just look at the code and it will tell me if it's calling it or not. Where's curve? Set curve point. Notify property list changed. Does that say changed? Does that emit changed? Add point, I don't see anything about that. I guess I see update auto tangents and mark dirty. If notify property list does it, I guess a good way to look at it is to see if clear or set point. Update auto tangents. This doesn't actually do anything, or it doesn't call anything. So that's unfortunate. Okay, mark dirty calls emit changed. That's awesome. Good. Great. So I can listen to that. Although I have no idea how to do that from C++. And unfortunately, yeah, mark dirty doesn't change the tangents, which is important for me to know as well. So do I have to do that? Can you even call this from... If you can't even call this, or if every one of these is followed by a mark dirty, then it's good. Okay, it looks like you can't, and every one of them is always followed by mark dirty. Add point vector to default. Underscore add point, where is it? This is curve 2D. True. Okay. True into true. Okay. I do get changed. I think every time, always. Now, yeah. Okay. Question is, how do I listen to this? How do I add a listener? Maybe... signals? Signals. Objects can have a set of signals defined. This example shows how to connect them. Oh. The method must be registered to the class using bind method. Weird. Okay. What? This doesn't look right. This isn't what this does. Signal range changed. They define them here? That's weird. They do. Weird. Do you have to define them here? I guess maybe you do. Okay, so I do just have to go find resource though. It's in core. Core IO resource. Oh, I can do connect changed. What does that do? If not connected to P callable, connect. Callable. So what is that, though? What is callable? Ref counted? Does ref counted include this? Core object ref counted? Maybe some type defs? No. Callable method pointer. I bet it's here. Variant callable, of course. What is it? How do I construct one? Create variant. Callable custom. Okay. And create one from, and maybe I just look for connect. Callable MP. Oh, callable MP. What is that? That looks like what I want. But everything is in test. Oh, is this callable MP? Callable method pointer. That would make sense. Callable MP is create custom callable function pointer. Create custom callable pointer. Debug enabled. Otherwise, we take a return value. Pointer method. And then parameters. Or type. The method type. Okay, cool. That looks good. If debug method's enabled. Oh, okay, I see what that does. So yeah, callable MP. Great, awesome. Very cool. So I don't have to do this. The reason I wanted to look at how to do it that way is because otherwise it would just be dumb, I guess. I would have to create like a public method and then connect it that way. A public method from a property. Not a property, but a binded method that is accessible from the outside. So I guess at the top I just do differential settings. And I saw something here that was like init. This one does it. Yeah, okay. Just in the initializer just does connect. Okay. So I would just do oh, wait. I'm on engine. Okay. This was all good. Alright, that was a huge detour. Kind of. But I found what I was looking for. Vehicle engine settings, good. So I do it. GD class. Resource, public resource. I'm crazy. A little crazy. Okay. Core IO resource. Also, I needed Pragma once. I have that there. Although, it should be impossible for this to be included more than once. Now, will I need property validate? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. I feel like somewhere it specified how inertia, or what. I guess not here. Somewhere I think it said inertia can be calculated. It's for the wheel. The wheel had that. Yeah. Also, there was one test I didn't do, which was really testing if I could call methods, because they would have to exist when I link. I mean, they should. They should, actually. Because I'm pretty sure the linking stage just has everything all at once when it runs. It doesn't contextualize itself. It's not like, oh, this file depended on this file, which means that it only knows about these defined names. It just says everything at once, I'm pretty sure. I hope so. The camera seems pretty dark. It's definitely dark. The thing is, I have it like brighter as well. Like I'm 20 over it. Like this is the default. It looks really dark. The contrast is high, maybe? Maybe the contrast is just high. I'm like desaturating myself. I'll put it back to where it was and just make it brighter. Maybe I'll actually lower the contrast slightly. Okay. Alright, but everything here is fine. I know when this will change, so I can write it back when it does. So I just need this stuff. Whoops. And I was making all these real types. Did I finish my thought that I had a while ago? I don't think I did. No, I did. Yeah. About, the methods not being defined. So, because I was just only accessing structs, which were defined in the header files, they were fine. But then if I try to call a method that's not defined in a header file, then it might have a problem, but that's a linking stage thing. So that should... it should always work. It should just work. It just works. Right? Also, does their thing actually simulate the engine stalling? Because they say that, you know, the minimum it can go to without stalling. But does that mean if it drops below that value, it will, like, scan down and stall? Or stall and then ramp down to 0? Or does it just, like, go underneath its min RPM and just stop sending rotation to the wheels? It probably doesn't need to be that simulated. As long as it just stops sending to the wheels will just naturally spin out from friction. Or stop spinning due to friction. I guess my thought is if you had... yeah, how do you stall an engine? I guess what you do is you... I mean, I guess you just like try to pull too much. You place too much friction on it, right? So maybe you go to like a high gear. You flip to a high gear and then gas it. And the engine just can't spin, so it stalls itself. Also, I definitely could have just copied this instead of writing all out, but I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like typing, I guess. Setting SE. Yeah, that's what I get for writing it out manually. Why am I doing that? This is not inertia. Min, max, just double checking. Min, max, inertia. Okay, so this will be angular damping. Does it look good? Good. So now I do have, not there, I'll put it here. I need to include curve, which is seen, I wish I knew. I'm pretty sure it's seen resources curve. Good. Curve, torque curve, I guess. Do I have to... It does have a default constructor. Good. I should expect that it does. Every resource should. I guess then I just have... Get normalized torque curve. So this should just return torque curve. Does this return... Ooh. This makes a copy of it when I do that. So this should be... just a, sorry, a reference to a curve? Is that how this should be? Does anyone else store a curve? Ah, a ref. Oh, I see how this works. Ref curve and then const ref. Okay. Const ref ref. Reference to a curve. So I need to look at how rigid body writes this method. Physics material. It just returns physics material override. So that means physics material override is somewhere. A reference. Okay. And then I'm guessing I don't have to use ref. I don't have to do anything. I already have it. I should. I should. Okay. And then here is where we would do like to Jolt. If I would do this. And this would take a reference. Type conversions, const. Yeah, exactly like that. Okay. So I guess what I say is I guess just at the end. Okay, and then now I have to go look at linear curve. Linear curve is in core. And I believe these are exactly the same. But this is a linear curve though. So I guess it's fine that auto tangents doesn't do anything because it's treated as it's read as a linear curve. Is that a thing that I can set in curve? The interpolation mode? Like, does the whole curve define it? I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. So it's really just taking the points and copying them in. So I would just I'd read through each point. I guess I would reserve a number of points and then read through it. And then call add. Okay. So I do, it's dark again. It's gonna get like really bright if I turn it up much further once the sun finally starts shining in, which it already is. It just looks super dark. Bit better. Okay. Guess I could turn my lamp on. Help a little bit. So I will make a I believe this falls under the the moving thing, the automatic move stuff. But I do have to include this. Linear curve. Result. Curve, I have get points. Get point count. Get point count. Or int and I'm actually going to write this one out here. Do I have to include curve too? I do. This is in scene resource. Not core scene. Is this okay, actually? It should be okay, I think. It must be. It must be. So then curve, I would do get point index, which returns a point, which is a position. Good. And so I'll have to know. Because I don't have any tangents, this is a linear curve. Okay, good. It does have a default. Okay, maybe what I actually do is I do like this. It's probably a better way to go about it. Right. Although I bet this probably returns. I would have to see. I think it returns not something like that. Not a reference. Get point. Yeah, I don't think so. Tough. Okay. Not a big deal, I guess. Right, add point, float, XY. And then these are stored as real types. Wait, vector 2, which I think vector 2 stores real types. Pretty sure. But this one expects floats. Yep. I don't think it's necessary to do these casts, but I'm going to do them anyway. Add points. Position X, position Y. And then, I guess at the end, I just return it. So every time I modify the curve, I will just listen to the signal and run this to Jolt and pass it in. Right? Is that how this works? Oh man. I guess I can look at exactly what rigid body does. Set physics material override if physics material override is valid. Oh, right, I gotta make sure I do that. Oh, hey, look at that. Disconnect, change, and connect, change. That's exactly the same thing that I need to do. And then, yeah, they just set it. And then they connect. Is valid, all that. Cool, 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 cool. If torque curve is valid. Disconnect changed this. And I guess I would just call this like apply torque curve. And then that would be that. And then pretty much the same thing here, but instead of disconnect change, it would be connect changed. And then, yeah, they do reload at the end. Do I have to run is valid? If torque curve is valid? I guess, yeah, I should do this. And then... Otherwise, I would say... And then should I have like a default? Like yeah, probably, right? What does Jolt do for that? I guess I look at vehicle engine compiled. Yeah, they run this. So I'm copying that to settings, to the settings initializer. I guess actually not, right? Because when I create mine, normalized torque, this happens. This happens here. Right there. Right. Yeah, engine settings. Good. That happens there. So I need an initializer for myself to run this. And I believe that is initialized before I get inside of here. Right? Should be. Do I need to do that? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it already runs that. Also, it's not curve, it's normalized torque. So if I set it to an invalid resource, I think I just... I'm gonna guess what I can do is just do this. Does this... This should copy it. Right? Okay. I don't see a default or I don't see a copy there. Points. Array points. What's array? Array. STL allocator. Cool. This looks like they would have copying with all this stuff here. I don't know allocators though. There's a copy. It's a move. Could I say no? It'll just copy it. It'll just copy it. I don't have to worry about that. I don't think it's a big deal. I'll even have a method called read. We apply, we call apply. If it's not valid, we set that and then we do read. Ref torque curve, and when we initialize, I just call read torque curve. So we retrieve that value, that default value, and then I will write these out here. Technically this is const. Technically. From the outside, it looks const. I don't think it's a big deal though. Apply torque curve. So this is essentially reading. Right, this is just doing settings. Like that. Read torque curve. Will accept that and take it. So do I just do ref curve of sorry, it's normalized torque. Is this what I do? No clue. Maybe there's a hint in what do they do with reload physics characteristics? Physics material override is null. Okay. And there's no resources here. These are all just copies. I guess it's not a... I mean... Copying, not copying, whatever, you know? I guess this one will actually prove if I can call it or not. Well, actually it doesn't, because this one's already in a spot that's guaranteed. I don't know. Yeah, how do I make a ref? Could I do like... And I guess you can just search for ref. It's probably in ref counted. Template, inline, ref. From. Ah, okay. I say... No, that's a void. Template bool init? What? Oh, I think I do. I think I know what I do. I think I get it. This operator equals variant. It wouldn't be variant, it would be this one. Or maybe this one. Ref pointer true. That's why it's in it. Okay. So yeah, I initialize it from a pointer of that. Also, I've lost my spot now because I left. Okay. So torque curve, I would just do torque curve. I guess I just do the equals. Right. I don't know, that's weird. Let's see what this does. I would have an operator equals ref other ref pointer false object cast to p from pointer. Sure. Now, creating, I'd create from that, so it does an operator equals ref pointer. Okay. It's probably correct. It's probably fine. It looks like this is acceptable writing. Although, do I have to pass it as a pointer? Do I have to do that? Does this get destroyed? No, curve is a resource. Okay, now I'm really confused. actually. I'm actually really confused now. Curve is resource. Is... I guess what I'm not seeing here is... Where is it? Here. Ref counted. Cleanup ref, reference equals that, reference. If init, if reference is not, if not init reference, that. If we don't reference that. Okay. So this calls ref, it looks like. All right. Now for a to Godot for this. Should I do force inline? Because this does make a for loop. That's probably fine. Is it reserved? Or set point count? It's probably set point count. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just access it directly. Emma points dot size. I assume size. Size. Cool. Emma points dot size. And then I guess I iterate through points again. Yeah. Hey, it's Bellara. Hope your coding is going well this afternoon. It is. It's really easy stuff. I'm just like writing interfaces for something else. Point. Yeah. Or I would do set point value. Okay, I would call set point value and set point offset. Offset, I'm sure, means X. And position is a weird name for that, but I'm sure that means Y. So I do set point offset, set point value. I get the count. I guess I don't have to do it quite like that, since I'm not iterating that way. I'm a little dumb. I do need an int, I guess. Okay. I want to see when I call set point count, what does it do? If they're the same, return. If it's greater, resize, mark dirty. Or sorry, if it's smaller, resize, mark dirty. Otherwise we add point. Vector 2. So it should start as 0. Right? Okay. And I think I should set these to be linear, shouldn't I? Set tangent mode. Set point left and right tangent mode. In case... no, I don't have to do that. Don't have to do that. Because I make it a new one. Okay, well, I guess the default is free. So, sure, I'll do this. Set point, or set point left tangent. Sorry, set point left mode. Set point right mode. And then these supposedly become variant enum cast. It creates these as public stuff. I guess I could just do curve tangent mode, tangent linear. Yeah, like that. just so it's perhaps clear. Reset the default if it's not valid. Read torque curve. I create one. Initializes with this. Is there anything that has a default resource? I can't think of anything. I would like to see how they do it. But I can't think of anywhere that they do this. Torque curve is valid. Disconnect. Set it if it's valid. Settings normalize torque. I guess I don't actually have to do that. This will do it down here. So yeah. Apply. Connect the change. Apply the new curve. Oh, I do have to do this though. So here, set it, and then here. It will be valid, so then I run this, and then don't do that. So that creates a default. When I create a new one, I call read, which that'll just be invalid first. And then I create a new one from this. And this, whoops, this is supposed to be connect changed. Good. All right. I'm going to assume it's good. And carry on. Now I have transmission, which is much easier because it's just normal stuff. An array. I guess I now have to figure out how to make arrays. I saw local vector in wherever it was, probably. That was in curve. Curve uses this local vector thing. Mutable. Okay. So what do I do? Do I make local vector? Do I just do vector? Vector is their array type. They don't have anything called array, they just use vector. Variance? No. Oh wait. Array private. What did I just find? Um, that's the variant array. Vector. Tuple. What now? They have tuples, but they don't have it in their own language. Okay, so yeah, it is vector. I use vector. And no, because this has to be exported. Okay, so if it's going to be exported, it does have to be an array. I'm quite sure of that, because this should say array is nothing. Am I looking for it? Actually, I know what I want. I want like the packed array, right? Do they have packed array? Make typed array. Packed. How do they know? Oh, here it is. And they are just vectors. That's funny. I mean, I would expect it to be that. So I would do packed float 32 array. Packed float 32 array from variant. So I need to import... Whoa, I'm not even there yet. I've done it again. I go on a huge tangent before I even start making the files. Vehicle. Transmission. Settings. And then I have to register it. I didn't register the other one. Okay, and then somewhere around here I have scene 3D vehicle stuff. And I think I can probably close some of these now. They're kind of getting a bit crowded. I can close some of these. I don't need so many open. I may not be done with this one, so I'll leave it open. Also, I don't actually think I wrote... Yeah, I didn't write this file yet. Silly me. So I've got max torque, min RPM, max RPM, inertia, angular damping. Min RPM, max RPM. Okay, max min. Inertia, angular damping. And then torque curve. Okay, I just need properties. Did I write any of these with not an underscore? No, I hope not. The variant type, interesting. What is this? Physics material override, variant object, resource type, and then the name. Okay. Property hint resource type. Check again. Object, the name, property and resource type, and then the name. Okay. Object, torque curve, property and resource type, curve. Yeah. Range from 0 to, I don't know, what do they start with? I am reading the wrong thing. Wait, what am I? Engine. Right, I didn't finish engine. I started on transmission, then I realized I didn't finish engine. Vehicle engine, max torque, 500. 1,000, 6,000. Okay. So I'll say I guess I'll say 5,000. Sure. Or greater. Suffix is Newton meters. Cool. Max RPM. I'll say 10,000. Just RPM. Capital. Max RPM, min RPM. Should I instead say like torque max, RPM min? thing that bothers me is that I have often made mistakes where I type max instead of min, and it takes me a while to notice it, and it would be solved if it was like written differently. Maybe I'm just thinking of the full word, maximum and minimum. There's so many letters there, it's hard to see like the two in the middle that are different. So min and max is probably fine. Yeah, I think min and max is fine. Okay. Inertia, angular damping. So I believe inertia is kilogram meters squared. So I could actually go look at exactly what rigid body does for inertia and just copy their suffix. Cool. Yep, just copy their suffix. Exponential. They do say it's exponential. Maybe I should do the same then. Also a U. I didn't notice that. Zero to 1000, 0.01. Oh, whoops. 1, 1, 1. I guess I can say 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. And then here, 0.1 I think is sufficient. Exponential, I'll label like that. And damping. Greater, no suffix, I think. Okay. All looks good to me. I'm gonna write this really fast and then commit because I'm worried about losing it. I've kind of written a lot at this point. Okay. Type conversion added, curve, all that. Vehicle differential, vehicle engine, vehicle transmission. Cool. Okay. All look good. Um, and then added type conversion. Okay. And then I will go ahead and build this. And quit. Oh, I have a problem instantly because I didn't make it a function. Silly me. Is that down here? Yeah. Well, that sucks because I just pushed it. Okay, I'm gonna get lunch. I will be back in a few minutes. And where's? Okay. I am back. I have lunch and I'm gonna eat. Wait, is lunch break moving up again? Oh my god. They've both moved up. These were both centered? Or lunch break was just barely above be back soon, I think? And it's moved up, like a lot. Why do these two in particular just keep doing that? This one was definitely centered. It like moved up a lot, actually. I really don't understand what causes this. It is very annoying though, that it keeps doing this. Nothing else in all of my stuff moves like this. I guess this is the only place that I do the groups. I do the groups. Maybe that's what it is. The group thing. I'm not going to touch it. Just in case it crashes my stream, because I know OBS on Linux will like to just straight up crash. No questions asked if I mess with like sources or scenes too much. I can't do too much with them, or else it will just straight up crash. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. Really dumb. Okay, I'm gonna eat. I'm back. Okay. Now this is just a mistake. Somewhere here, where I did this. Not that. All right. This one I am a little concerned with, honestly. So I'll actually put it here. I mean, this doesn't actually change anything. I don't know why I'm writing it that way. That doesn't change anything. I don't know. I get worried about memory problems. Probably a bit too much. What? Huh? Oh, no, 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 no. This one is supposed to be that. Ah, wait a second. Yeah. What do I do here? Man. Uh, yeah, ref counted. Ref. Returns T. How do I get... How do I go from a pointer to a not pointer? Do I have to do the and? I think I have to do... I need this to get the pointer. And then... I would have to dereference the pointer? I gotta look that up. I have forgotten. Dereference. I have to do it twice. Is what I have to do. That's right. Wait, really? Is this? What? Because when I dereference it first, I get the pointer. Operator. Right. I get the pointer. I hate this stupid thing where they do the type and then they have the pointer like tagged onto the word after it. It is so bad and dumb. That is probably the worst opinion possible in C++ is this. That is the worst opinion you could have. The formatting. Anyway, I have to dereference it twice. I get the pointer first, and then I do that again. Is that right? Because I get the pointer. I think I can just write it like that. Maybe I'll do this dot pointer. That's probably a better way to write it. Yeah. Okay, am I finally correct? Finally correct? To Jolt, torque curve. What's the issue here? Taking address of R value. Well, I thought that was an issue, and then I said no, it actually doesn't change anything, but it actually does change something, so. When I initialize, uh-oh, I feel like I might be leaking this. Because when I think when I initialize it, ref counted. Sorry, where's ref counted? Ref counted. Because I think when I initialize, I'm just gonna guess that it automatically references it. Actually, it wouldn't make sense if it does. That wouldn't make sense. It should not automatically reference when you create. It should not do that. But now I gotta go find the constructor to see if it calls init ref. It does not. It does nothing. Okay. Because I thought I was going to have to call ref or something, but passing it to the ref here will reference it. And now it's stored on torque curve. Safe. So how do I make this? I mean, this should move it out, right? And then I take a reference. And now reference holds it. Yeah, because resources ref counted, so at the end of this, we run the destructor of curve here, and it says, "Oh, I'm referenced. I won't delete." Because ref should take it. Okay. Finally good, hopefully. It was not good, but closer. Differential. Okay, so I have a typo. Where's that? Line 27, settings. Differential. Big words are hard for me. Set open differential. No matching function. Oh. Because it's supposed to pass true here. What else? It doesn't like something here. This is like kind of scattered. Passing linear curve as this argument discards qualifiers. What? What? What does that mean? Use of deleted function. Oh. Oh. What? Damn. Do I have to return it as a reference? As a ref? But like, this should be moving it out. It should be. Maybe it's because it inlines. Maybe I can just pass in a result here. So I could take in a curve. Like that. It's probably like clear points, isn't it? Yeah, clear points. Sorry. Clear points. Set point count. And then just nothing. Okay. That should work. So when I do Godot, let's call it there. And I pass in the curve that I want to come out. Cool. That should work. I think that's all of it. I fixed the typo. And that. I think that was it. I don't have this import. I don't. Wheelbase settings has it. That's funny though. I was getting errors like it found it, and then I went to linking and I was like, oh, actually no. I don't know what this is. Get torque curve is not a member. And then this is a really weird one. Passing const. Oh. And now I'm bright. Very bright, still too bright. I can turn the brightness down. No, I'll leave it. Okay. Is it because it says it's a const? It says I'm passing a const. Which is correct. Passing const discards qualifiers. Okay, well apparently I do have this one wrong. Normalized torque curve, right, okay. When I call this one, it's got a problem with this. To Jolt takes in a const curve. So I guess what I do is I could just say const curve. And then I can pass it like this. Is that what it's unhappy about? That I'm not technically passing a constant? Because the dereference or, wait. When I call pointer... Oh, they don't have... No, they do have a constant. Okay. This returns a pointer. Yeah, what? Right. Okay. I think this is what I want. This is really weird. This is really weird. I don't understand this. I don't know what that error means. Discards qualifiers. Oh. I know what it's not happy about. It thinks that I'm modifying the curve by doing this. So I think I just add const there and then it's happy. Probably. I don't get it. This doesn't make sense to be a const qualified function. I'm passing... Where is it getting tripped up here? This is constant. Do I have to cast this to a const pointer? Do I have to write it like this? The reason is because passing this here, it thinks I'm modifying it because I've called this a const function. So it's not happy that I'm passing this here, essentially. Maybe that does it. A constant pointer. Like extra promising with the crossed fingers. That is... right. And then I've... Okay. Please. A const pointer to it. What does it want? What does it want from it? I know you can write stuff like this. I think maybe that's what it needs. Does it need a const pointer curve pointer const? No. I think I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I have to write... I have to do... I think this again. Now, is this happy? This is... I'm pretty sure this is what it's telling me. Discards qualifiers. Right. It's because I marked the function as const. Still not happy. Okay, I'm gonna look it up, I guess. Passing. This is what's weird. As this argument, this is kind of weird. I'm not returning anything, just passing the reference of the object. So it does const a receive a dot high. This is not a constant function, so that's already a problem. If that's where they end up getting. Yeah. Const correct, I'm trying to call the method inside of the same method, the same error. Say hi const. Okay, that's still a problem. You can't do that because they're not marked const. C receive A. B, what is going on? I mean, this is what's weird. Is it because the function, because it says force inline? What is happening there? This is really weird. Is this just because I'm calling it from the header file? Is that what's going on? Because it says, this is really weird to me, this error, where it says passing this. I mean, I can instantly see the problem there, but there's no this. That's the thing. There's no this. That's what's weird. There's no this. I get it here because you're calling a non-constant function. My method is not declared as const. Reason an error. Do I have to say const cast? Const cast. Oh, man. This is the weird thing. I'm not calling a function that changes anything. It takes a constant. Stupid, 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 stupid. Actually, what am I? Hang on. Hang on. Maybe I'm the really dumb one. I say apply const. Do I have to say, is it not this? I have to say this is mutable? Wait. Yeah, and you think I need to say this is mutable? No. It's not complaining about settings. But also, I mean, yeah, I'm not technically changing that. What's the error? Is it actually the equal sign? Is this the problem and not here? That's a move. Oh, it is. Okay. It is mad about that. Why is it pointing to that? Yeah, it hits the move and then it says, no, we can't do that. Okay. I get it. I understand now. So I should be able to do this. This was fine, I think. I mean, yeah, I guess I'd just say this is mutable. Do I call it from a const anywhere? This is protected. I mean, maybe it's just not supposed to be const, right? Fine. Technically, fine. Okay. I was just being silly. I was. That's not being called from any constant. Okay. All right. That's going to go for a bit. One-liners. We walk that off. Um, who is it that? Let me look at this. I'm not gonna try to copy, but I think it's Dempsey. Tank Dempsey. I keep thinking of his voice for some reason. And I think of like lines that he says, and I'm like, I can't use that. He's got really cheesy lines, I think. Let's listen to a bit.
Gonna need some juice soon.
Jeez.
Feeling light. Need the juice. Gotta get some more rounds. Damn, I'm out of juice. Need some more ammo. I'm knee-deep in zombie shit with no ammo. Glorious. Hey, player! I need more ammo or we're going down.
Yeah.
I need to find some lead or I'm gonna get bored here. Hey, player! Drop the chips and get me some ammo! You keep on laughing, little girl. When I find you, you're grounded! Man, why does it always do that to me? Ah, I didn't want a new gun anyway. Oh, of course I get the damn teddy bear! Hey, bots! Fuck you! Get off of me! Let go of my boots, Stumpy!
I didn't think of that. What about lines for when you're out of ammo? Yeah, I guess I need that, right? Should have like a better organization here, probably. Right, probably. Yeah, let's say generic multi-kill. And then long distance. All of these. And then let's say weapon specific. Maybe Let's say dismember kill. Shovel. And then category for, I guess, just no ammo. Need more bullets. Bullets. Out of lead. Auto rifle. Shovel. With auto rifle. During reload. Fanning. Four zombies with one buckshot with shotgun. Need to write generic there. This is done. Oh, it's done. Sweet. Okay. Move that over to 6. I want to put numbers on the bar up here at the top. I just haven't done it yet. Also, my camera's not set to. Maybe I left it there on purpose, so I'm not gonna move it. Or maybe it's actually moved by accident, perhaps. I look pretty centered already, so I'm guessing it's probably by accident. Or not by accident, intentional. Alright, any errors? Spring mode not based on stiffness? Well, that sucks. That shouldn't have happened. Why did that happen? I'm actually not even sure where that came from. Where did that come from? Spring mode not based on stiffness, because that came from a get. I couldn't have messed that up. Messed that up, right? Spring stiffness. If spring mode is frequency, no editor. Spring frequency. If spring mode is stiffness, no editor. Why? I don't know. That's annoying that that's popped up, but you know what? I'm gonna guess that's a, not my problem. That's kind of a Godot problem. Right? Definitely is. Interesting. Oh, if I change mode, I know what I should do. But first of all, I should look at what is it? Vehicle engine settings, differential settings. Cool, all the defaults are in there. Torque curve. Right, so what happens when I make one? I got an error apparently. No, I just didn't clear yet. Resource, engine, settings. Condition slot greater than slot max. It's crashed. Condition slot is greater than slot max. What? That's a weird one. I gotta close some of these. Sure, I can close curve now. I bet I can close that. Object torque curve. Property hint resource type curve. Set torque curve. Get torque curve. So when it loads this, it goes into get torque curve. Instancing this, instancing this should call read torque curve. Read creates it, calls to Godot, saves it, and then attaches applied torque curve. Object? That's a really weird one. What is that? It was like slot? This should never happen unless RID is corrupted. So I'm just guessing this must have come from here. I did something wrong here. Yeah. It's more that this has a default. What holds a default resource? Something's got to hold a default resource, right? You know what? I bet something holds a default curve. Am I supposed to write mem new curve? Is that how this works? That is a lot of mem new. Okay, so here they do this mem new. They do that. So I should be calling mem new. Okay. That's what I'll write. And then to Godot, I pass. I guess I can just do torque curve dot pointer. Like so. Although I feel like that's not it. I feel like that's not it. That's not what the problem was. But this is how they do it, so I guess I will just do that. Right. I actually do get it, because I actually get it now. I definitely get it now. I have to do mem new because, you know, pointers require new. You have to, calling new gets you a pointer. If I don't call new, I don't have a pointer. If I take a pointer to something that wasn't made with new, it's gonna go away. It's on the stack, it's not a pointer, right? It's gonna go away. So I have to do mem new. If I make one, like so. Okay. And back to quotes. I do really like how Dempsey says, "Hey, player." I really do want to steal that. Make sure I call that rare. Should be rare. What else? just no ammo. No ammo, no more bullets. Sure, that's probably enough. Weapon specific. What about the shotgun? And I'm thinking like something for the scope. The bolt rifle. Something about I don't have to be close enough to smell them. Something like that. So I get another one for the shotgun. Um, I feel like this one might be confusing to hear. I'm gonna do a note about that. Revolver. Definitely need one for a revolver. This is a really silly one. But it's making me smile, so I'm dying to try this one. To try this out. Revolver. Because when you pick up the revolver, I need to like somehow convey how to do fan the hammer. So I guess the idea is you'll grab it, he'll say this, and then you'll see double tap right click or double tap aim to fan the hammer. It's done. Cool. So that should fix it. That should fix that problem. I don't see what else could have caused that besides because I made that resource and then I opened it and then the error started printing. And that was the only code that could have run. Okay. The error didn't appear this time, so it looks like it's even probably a race condition. Instantiated curve uses default value. Warning. Really? Also, right, why did that happen? Instantiated curve uses default value. How do I make the default value not like that? Is it possible to not do that? Instantiated curve uses default value. Also, yeah, why did this fail? This should have been like 0.5 or something. Zero 0.8661. Yeah, why did that fail? I don't understand. I would only understand if I made something wrong here. Which would have been 2 Godot. Clear points, set point count, size, MX, MY, linear, linear. And then I guess I have to set Is it? I mean, why did this happen? Because it does look like it's a little messed up. these tangents not being 0 doesn't make sense to me. Unless that's the default value, which would be really weird. Genuinely. Very weird. That fixed this. Now I just have a weird thing where the curve points are... Yeah, the tangents are set to 0. Does mem new not clear it? I'm thinking mem new is just new, right? When I call mem new. Mem new. It's just calling post initialize. Yeah, that's what yeah, it does do this. Post initialize. Handler. Yeah. It calls new and then initializes it. That's what I thought. That's what I expected. So why did it come back with like negative 0.2 and stuff like that? And it just dropped the X value for one of them. It got the tangents to be linear. But then the right, this tangent became negative 0.2. This should have been 0.6. Instantiated curve. Thing is, I do want a default. But it's not coming out correctly. Instantiated curve. Oh. Very silly. Instantiated curve. Used as default value for. Let me search for that. Instantiated some properties may have an instantiated object as default value, like path 2D's curve used to have. That's not good practice. Instead, those properties should use property usage editor instantiate object to be auto-instantiated when created in the editor with the following method. Oh, okay. Property usage editor instantiate object. Instantiate class name set. Path 3D. Add property. Wow, yeah, this is like the only couple places that do it. Okay. Path 2D should be really simple. So I will actually gradient texture literally uses a curve. Or uses gradient, I guess. Hint resource type. Usage default and editor instantiate object. So that causes it to call a setter with an empty value. Is that correct? So it called a set. Okay, that makes sense, actually. All right. I just have to do that. Usage default and then oh no. Okay. Apparently I had installed caps lock down. So this should call set for me and just give me an empty thing. And then I can modify it from there. So yeah, this should instantiate it and give it to me. But how do they handle this when they get it? Gradient. Let me see. Set gradient ref. They're equal. Do that. Disconnect. Q update emit changed. Q update. Update now call deferred. If update pending, update. Um, huh. Okay, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that I already forgot. Okay. I'm pretty sure that whenever we load from a resource, it will call the sets. It calls all the set without any get. Oh, it'll call the set and then the get. My thought was in engine settings to have a value that says, hey, we haven't read from the default value yet. So what ends up happening is if I do that, when we load from a resource that has its set, it will call set on that, and or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it calls set once to instantiate it, and then it calls set again. Maybe it doesn't do that, which will allow me to have a default value. So maybe it doesn't. Where was this at? Essentially object properties, get property list for property. If it's an object, we call set property. And how does it detect this? What is this? Class get default property value. Okay, so we get the property list. Get default property value property. Var. Default values. If not default values cached has, we create it. If we don't have it, we return variant. If it doesn't have the property, or if it doesn't have the class, variant. If it doesn't have the property, variant. If R valid is not a null pointer, R valid is true. Man, the thing is, I just want to have... Let me look at Path 3D. I want to be able to have this, create it, but then actually set some like default value. Actually have a default value. Because currently it doesn't do any default value. Hey, gentlemen. It's going well. Pretty well. Maybe I can just check if I'm setting it to something empty and it's the first time I'm calling set. Maybe that is fine. If it's the first time I'm calling set on this, which I believe when it calls set, it goes through this. So sure, I'll do that. Cool. Default this to true. And then what I will do is, yeah, instead of doing mem new here, yeah, it would call set first. I mean, I guess since this is the only place I call it, I would actually move it up here. Let me do this. If no, because we're setting it to null, right? I can't do that. I wanted to say, if it's the first time we're setting it, if valid and not. Okay. If we're valid and either we're not the first time we're setting, or sorry, if it's valid, no, yeah, I want this. It's not the first set, or the torque curve I guess I can actually just do the dash. Get point to count. Yep. Or the point count is greater than 0. So for valid and one of these things are true, so what will then happen is if this is setting with an empty, so there's no points, and it is the first set, then we do this. We take it and we apply it. Otherwise, we'll run through that. And then I gotta make sure this becomes false after we call this. And actually, like, I think I just want to move this out here. Well, the reason that's there is because this is called as callbacks. This is not. So as we clear it, so we say, all right, I definitely still want one though. And then I use that default one. And then I connect changed for that one. This if statement just looks strange to me though. If we are valid and one of these two things is true, it either has points or it's not the first time we've set the value. So if both of those are false, which would mean this is the first time we're setting the curve, and the curve we got is empty. Okay, that all makes sense to me. Okay, don't save. And maybe this will now fix the weird thing where the tangents are being set to something, or it's not being set correctly. I don't know. Something's strange about that. Something's really strange. And I'm done. How did I write read torque curve? Or did I write that? Did I just forget to... what? Oh, here. Right, I don't need this because this is fine. Okay. I don't need that anymore because it's instantiating it for me and it will call set for me. There we go. I will be right back. I'm back. All right, we're done. No errors. Cool. What did I do? I made it so it will get default values, doing the good practice way of not instantiating something as a default value. Apparently it's a bad practice. I don't know. I really don't know why. Okay, no error that time. This is definitely some like weird kind of race condition, because that happens sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. Okay. So if I open vehicle engine settings, I get the torque curve. Okay. So what I will do is delete this and make a new one. It's an engine settings. There it is. All right, cool. No errors. Although still this weird thing happened where, I mean, I guess the tangents are supposed to be like that. I don't know. But this middle one isn't setting right. It's not setting 0.6 as the offset. So I think what I'll try instead is to do add point. I'll try running add point instead of that. That's fine. This one, I will do clear points and then just call add point, I guess. Or is it not like M? No, it is, because it does it correctly for one of them. Very strange. I don't get it. When I do set point count and then I set these values, is it like not... Is that wrong? Am I not supposed to write it that way? Should I call set and then do add point? Is that what I should do? I could also do get point at the index. I mean, there's a few things I could do. So when I do set point count, we resize. That's if we're shrinking. If we're growing, we call add point. Okay. I mean, okay. So the point of this was to reserve a certain amount here. It does not do that. The point of it was definitely to reserve a certain size and then not be doing resizes while we're adding, but this is going to be calling pushback, which is going to reserve more space. So dumb, stupid and dumb. Very, right? If I set the left tangent mode and then the tangent doesn't even change anything, because we call add point, Update auto tangents. I'm guessing that one will look to see if they're linear, and then if they are linear, it sets the value. Yeah, it does. That's exactly what it does. Okay. So since this doesn't actually save any time writing it that way, guess I just do this. I clear points, and then I will do out curve, add point, vector 2, zero, 0, tangent to linear. Don't have to track that. Cool. This is definitely right. Add point. Vector 0, 0. Linear, linear. Cool. I mean, I don't have to do that. I definitely don't have to do that. Okay. Let's see how it likes this one. If it's less bad about it. Where it keeps refusing to... Maybe what I should do is go look at the code here and see if it's truly the same. It is 0.8.66118. So it's definitely coming back correctly. Or this is definitely going right. Cool. Very bright still. One sec. Have the window almost closed. Practically closed. Is there any John Halo reference I could make, actually? What does he say? I think his only voice lines that he really has is from Halo Reach Firefight. Let me listen to more of this one, actually. He's got 17 minutes of voice lines.
Ah, you're getting pus all over my pants! You wanna lick my boots, freak bag? Knee-biting maggot! Hit it with the humpy, Stumpy! Looks like part of the meteor. Here's another one. This has to be the last piece. Ah, A Tale of Two Dempseys. Starts slow, but has a happy ending. Hey, look! It's nobody! Oh, looks like Nikolai's put on a few pounds. What's he been eating? His portrait's bigger than everyone else's. Must be trying to compensate for something. Oh, our little bundle of badass. Hey, check it out! I'm
What?
outside! No time for sugar, baby. I'm here to check the meter. Another East Side! Little bundle of badass.
A little bundle
Hey,
of
check it out.
badass.
I'm outside! No time for sugar, baby. I'm here to check the meter. Another Easter egg. Ha! How do they do it? And you thought I wouldn't find it. All right, I always did want a spot on the big screen. Nice shot, Takeo. Beautiful. Perfect. As I would expect from a soldier like you. Keep it up, Takeo. You're gonna be USM. Hoorah!
Are they... No. I was gonna say... Is there a list of, like, of the categories that this is? Let me look at... I'm on the wrong account. Let me check this. Okay. Hello? It's been really laggy. Okay. We're good. Let me look for Halo Reach. I'm looking for a Master Chief. Quotes. This is like the only time he's been given these kinds of voice lines. How are there 8.5 minutes of that?
More contacts. Reinforce.
Why is it all the way in my left ear? Can I get a different one? Really? There is not literally one video of this. Halo Reach. Master Chief. Voice lines. I refuse to believe there is exactly one video on YouTube of this. Yeah, I mean, YouTube just sucks. YouTube is just the worst ever. I don't know what of these are from my search results, and I don't know what is just YouTube suggesting something to me. Okay. Let me just look for Master Chief. Whoops. I'm looking for here. Very specifically Halo Reach, please. Yeah, there's not 8 minutes of that. Hmm. Alright. Kind of nothing. Nothing really good. He really never talks. It's funny. I think the most he ever talks is like 2 betrayals in the trilogy, right? Like he kind of talks a lot there. But these aren't one cutscene. This is all one cutscene. Almost. 4 lines for one cutscene and then... Oh, sorry, 5. And then he says all this later on. One. These are actually in the same cutscene. Same cutscene. Okay, until you get to Halo 4 and then he's just blasting dialogue. Every mission. Wow. Even in the books, he doesn't talk that much. I would like a reference somewhere. I don't actually have one. Bumblebee? Is that what these are called? The escape pods? I am back. Um. Okay, that finished. All right. So hopefully now I will see this is created properly. And if not, I give up. And blame Godot for it. Oh, it looks correct now. Cool. Great. Sweet. Although, that is weird that it's doing this. If I do clear. So if I did new curve, point, linear, like this. I don't know, just something random. And then I were to hit save. And then I were to reload project. What happens? I would expect if I left it empty, it would come back and change it to the default. But since I didn't leave it empty, it should stay as it was when I left it. Cool, and it did. Now if I click this, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool. Alright, I'm happy with that. That seems fine. Inertia, 0.5. What did I do here? 0.5. Is it really 0.5? Is that really 0.5? Oh, this should probably be like to 10 or something. Okay, well, that's looking good. Wait, don't save. Looking good. Engine settings, the inertia. Yeah, this should probably be like 1 to 10. Not that. Also, is it... Wait. I think this says kilograms. Oh no, it is. Kilogram meters squared. Okay. Those are the good default values. Okay. So yeah, next one finally is transmission. Oh man. Alright, so protected. Protected settings, and then public that, and then protected this. And then I have to import this. Vehicle transmission. And then I need an enum here for transmission mode, auto, and manual. Or just transmission. Yeah, transmission mode, auto, and manual. So enum spring mode frequency, and the enum cast thing. Cool. And then, yeah, these should be 0 and 1, right? Did I set that here? I did not. I mean, it's probably fine. It is static cast. No, dude, I can just cast it and it's fine. Then here I did JPHE spring mode. I'm guessing they're the same. E-transmission mode. Yep. And then how do I do array? I guess I just do array. What else uses an array? Maybe curve set points takes an array. Maybe it has a method like set points. Set data array. Set data array. Set data get data. Okay. An untyped array, right? This is an untyped array. So in the bind method, I should see set data and get data. Underscore get data underscore set data. Underscore data. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to see what array was. It is a variant. I guess I would actually take a... Yeah, my thought was this should be a packed float 32 array, which I think is just listed right. Okay, not there. Here. Packed float 32 array. That's what I'll make it. And I guess I want to find anywhere that uses this. Someone must use this to return as something, as storage. There's a lot of them. Oh wait, label. Tab stops. Set tab stops. Perfect. That's what I want to see. So label set tab stops. It takes this. If tab stop is not that, we set it to that. Interesting. What? Okay. Sure. Oh, no. Wait a second. Do we have array? No. I wonder if I can just return this anyway. I feel like I can. Because if it's set up the way that I think it is, well, okay, maybe not. Never mind. They're probably not compatible. My thought would be that it's just a struct with literally that value and then in a line and it doesn't save anything else. But that's not. It's definitely not like that for both of these. I bet Jolt is like that. I bet Godot is not like that. And even if they are the same, it's probably not safe still to assume that they will always stay the same. Because in theory, I could just cast this to a packed float 32 array, and it might work, but I have to do something smarter. So yeah, I think what I really have to do is track it here. Packed float 32 array. Does this... I just realized. This can also be changed, because when you retrieve this value, it doesn't copy it. It's a reference. So if I change it, I have to send it back to the actual settings if I were to change it. Oh, I should be unstable, not latest. Silly me. Pass by reference, right there, resources. No, they're not. Yeah, I guess I have to do... Damn. Some kind of conversion here. I was hoping I could see a signal that it changes, but there's nothing here. And they're passed by reference. They must extend something, so maybe I do secretly have... There is some kind of like... thing here. An array. No, it doesn't extend anything. It does have an unref. Does it possibly have a signal? It looks like it does not. Array privates. Ref count. Damn. What about a vector? Does vector... Vector is not there. Not the vector I'm looking for. This is a template. The only thing I can think of is having yet another interface on top of this that will moderate these changes. So if I try to add something to this, it will call into the settings and set them there. I guess I could do like make read only. Gotta do that. How does it know if it's read only? Oh. Iterator? What? Iterator read only. Why is it a pointer? Weird. Why is this a pointer? Why? Why? Why not a Boolean? Why are we forcing... Does it use it as a lock? Is that why? If enabled, a pointer is used to a temporary value that is used to return read-only values. Oh. I think I get it. You can always change a variant or something, so you copy it to a temporary value and then return that whenever you iterate. I guess that makes sense. Very weird way of doing it, though. Definitely weird. How do I match these? How do I make them match? I mean, I guess no, because these store variants, right? These aren't like that. Actually, they are vectors. Never mind. They are vectors, and maybe. What is the memory of a vector? It's a cow data. Yeah. I guess the theory is I could just return, I could set here because they use an array. Where's the memory? Is it really all the way at the bottom? Damn. Well, maybe that's correct. Size, capacity, elements. Maybe this is how cow data is organized. Size, capacity, and elements. Also size type. This is written very much like the standard library as well. Size T, okay. What is cow data? I don't remember where this is. Core templates cow data. This just stores a cow data. If it looks like the same thing, then I can just reference them to each other. Size, capacity. Looking for size. Nope. It's already wrong. Yeah. Need to find that pointer first. Or is it? Wait, what am I looking at? What? Huh? Where's size? Return underscore get size. What? Return pointer minus data offset plus size offset? Huh? Alignment. So this just stores a size, not a capacity. Is what I'm getting here. Also, where is size template? What even? Oh, I get it. They use a pointer. The first spot is the reference count. Then this offset in is where you find the size. And then this offset in is where you find the data. And then usize, I mean, that's just kind of, pointer minus data offset plus what? This is the weird thing to me. This is a type. So I don't know, really weird. Really weird. I definitely can't use this. I can't just pass it and say, here's your array, Jolt. Just pretend like it is. Because that is a really weird layout. That's really weird layout. So I need something on top of this. I can't just return the gear ratios. I have to pass, like, I also don't like passing it back as this, because that implies when I change this, then it changes it in the settings, which is not true. I can't get any callbacks to know when it's changed. Yeah, I basically have to have another type on top of this. So, struct gear ratio list. I guess it does have to be a resource. Damn. Essentially, it's just going to store a packed byte array. Or sorry, a packed float 32 array. Yeah, I mean, this super sucks, but whatever. This is the best I can do. We have clear, cool. Get, set, all that stuff. Append. Operator. Oh, how does array do this actually? Because I'm gonna have to copy how array does this. Kind of. All right. Oh, is this a special script thing? This is not. Dang. This is not a case where I can just say, jeez, just lost it. This is not a case where I can say, here's my binding for the bracket operator. This is handled like specifically in GDScript in there, execution or interpretation. Dang. So yeah, it's gonna be super suck, super bad, super stupid. And this should be an error, right? When I call get size. Size is what? Cow data size. Thanks. Everyone should write code like the standard library. I think. I think they have an incredible way of writing code, and I think everyone should write it. And I love when I see more code that looks like the standard library. I love that. I mean, okay, I guess it's kind of useful, but like, come on. Size t exists for a reason. We don't have to keep writing. Using size is size t. uint 64. Type def uint 64 size t. Oh, really? And sorry, I hit the mic. When I do set and okay, whatever. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Does append return the size? That's a common thing to do. Return the size when you call append. Okay, apparently we don't define append, which is not true. I know for a fact I can call append on this stuff. Okay. There it is, append boolean. Okay. I guess it's a boolean apparently. Why is it a boolean? Are we serious? It should definitely be an int. So much so that I'm going to make it. Why do I love writing like that? List E. Clear, get, set, append, size, okay. Then I do have to make it a property, just so it can be exported. So I will say get gear ratios. How does it store this? How do they store this? Array float. Okay. JPH array float. Yes. Yes. How do they do this? Array. Somewhere they have the definition for this constructor where they initialize their list. Reserve. Yeah, they just call it. It's reserve and then, yeah, okay. Do they support it? I mean, I'm not gonna have so many that I need to do this, but I want to. I'm looking for reserve, not resize. As they may not be the same thing. Okay. I guess I only get resize. Unless it is here and I just didn't see it. Nope. Okay. Resize to size. They definitely have set, right? I mean, you know, set. Right, they don't use set. I want to check what reserve does really quick. Reserve, reallocate. Yeah, good. That's all it does. I guess I can do the same thing here. Also in the set, we do list set, and I would call um, uh, Yeah, this one's really annoying. Because whatever type I put here, this has to be exposed out, which means I could... I don't know. It's some weird stuff, for sure. I probably can't call this parent. Maybe I could call it settings owner. Right. So whenever I change this, I do protected. So just do on changed. Doesn't need to be const. I guess it can be, but it doesn't need to be. Actually it can't be because it will tell the owner to update. Protected gear ratio list. I don't think it really matters there, but whatever. List changed. It will call into settings, and gear ratios equals to Jolt. Oh, yeah. That'd be silly. We can call this to Jolt thing. And then yeah, I have to have this like get list thing. That'll make it extra super duper clear that this is returning a copy, and actually do that as well. But then when I do set list, that copies it, I think. And then what changed? Clear, we change it. Set, we change it. Append, we change it. Set, list, we change it. Okay. Okay. So there's an interface on top of that, which will ensure anytime we modify it, we get a callback to the settings owner, which will call list changed, which will copy it to gear ratios. Cool. And I guess I would do the same thing again here, where, much like the other thing, I thought the array would be easier, but because I can't just share them, and I have to save it as a resource, it makes it just as complicated as the curve thing. Okay. First torque curve set. Right. man. This is super. Ah, it has to be a reference to it too. Oh my gosh. This might just be the most tedious setup ever. Just these lists. Actually, I can just do that. That works. So all of this needs to be copied. Okay, let's do a little recording. Cancel that. Gear ratio list. Escape / enter. Cute. It is scrolling down every time I do this. Oh man. Really? How do I make it so when I hit delete word, it only deletes the word and not like the space after it? How do I do that? There's a button that's like till the end of the word. What is that? What is the button for that? I need to know that. E. E? Okay. It's actually gear list there, but oh well. Close enough. Menu. Oh. Right, this is supposed to be like a resource here. So when I do 2 Godot, I'm actually passing it out. So I don't think it was worth doing that. Also, see, I think I should do 2 Jolt the same way instead of remaking it. Oh, I guess I'd actually just do emit changed, wouldn't I? Yeah, I don't have to do this. I would do emit changed. So then I don't have to do this silly stuff. Your image changed. Actually, I'm kind of confused now. Do we really not get a resource type that's an array? How do they save this? How do they serialize this? If I store an array, do I have to manually serialize it? That doesn't make sense. I've done export arrays like this, and it works. I think it just means that if this is a property, it knows how to serialize it. it already has some definition somewhere that's like, oh, we have a packed float 32 array. All right, this is how we serialize it. As opposed to resource or something, where it would run through the property list. Okay. So yeah, this should not be resized. So that we remove elements. The gear list. Size. Whoops. I don't know what S does. Gear ratio list connect changed. Apply gear list. Then apply gear list. Just lists, I guess. Or actually, I guess it would just be apply gear list. Yeah. And I could do apply reverse gear list. The other one. Transmission settings, defaults, gear ratios equals gear ratios. New gear ratio list to Godot. Gear ratios to right. So this will be the same thing for the reverse list. So we call it apply reverse list. Gotta double check these. Gear ratios, gear ratio list, gear ratio list, apply gear list. Should just be gear list. Cool, looks good there. Reverse gear list. Apply reverse list. All right. Look good to me. Right now it's all back to being simple. Got a typo there. Found it. Oh man. Clutch strength. Strength of the clutch when fully engaged. What is this? Velocity engine minus average velocity wheels at clutch. Okay. Whoops. Right. Now I just need the apply gear list and apply reverse list. Which should just be both of these duplicated. And settings gear ratios, right? It takes a reference to these. To Jolt out. Good. Reverse gear ratio list. Gear ratio list. Alright. I think that's all good. Now I just have to make the bind methods for all of this. Gosh. Killing me. Scene types, vehicle transmission settings. And then transmission settings and right. How does curve do this? Oh, maybe I don't have to do that. Yeah, I don't have to do that. That should register everything underneath it too, is what I should do. Okay. This is so much. I need bind methods. What else do I have? I'm gonna close this one. Vehicle transmission settings. Bind methods. Void bind methods. And then So I think it's just these. Okay. I do have spring, or I would like to look at the spring settings. Find enum constant. Oh. Did I miss that on something? I feel like I might have. It should be in differential. I did. Or not? No? Oh, it would have been in wheel settings. I did. Spring mode frequency, spring mode stiffness. Okay. No. Bind method first. Get and set transmission mode. Which shows, what's the point of setting the names of the parameters here? Because it doesn't even pull this from the documentation. I guess if you, yeah, I guess if you like run the documentation generator, uses this name. That's probably what it is. As the default. Gear ratios. And then reverse gear ratios. Switch time. Get DBD. I'm gonna play it today. I'm not. But have fun. I played that game, I didn't really like it. Switch latency. Switch time, clutch release time. What is happening? I'm pressing the wrong button. It's not about liking. Okay. What was this? Glitch. Release time. I'm gonna stand up. Actually, I'm gonna get water, and I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm gonna leave my headphones off for a bit. Okay. Clutch release time is done. Switch, shift, shift, clutch. Switch latency. Right. Shift up RPM, shift down RPM. And then clutch strength. Did I do... I definitely did because I was just looking at it. I was wondering if I did properties. I did because I was testing that specifically with the torque curve. I have to make sure to do the same thing here. This property hit resource type. So let me go and get that because it's the first thing I will be setting. Or I guess not the first thing I'll be setting, but you know. So this is going to be, yeah, gear ratios. It will be a gear ratio list. Too much. Get gear ratio list. Get the gear ratios, reverse gear ratios. It's right there if I would just look up, you know. If I just looked up. Sorry, this is the set first. Reverse gear ratios. Reverse. Nightmare line. 230 characters. Jeez. So now, I think all of these are only for automatic transmission. So I want to do a verify property so that I can hide these only when auto is turned on. So yeah, everything but clutch strength and the gears is auto. Range 0 to 1. Or greater. Suffix seconds. What do I do? Sec or S? I think just S. Do I specify const there? I don't. Yeah, I guess you can. I don't think you have to, but you can. No, you have to. It's part of the signature. Yeah, you definitely have to. You could have two functions, one's const, one's not. Okay, if Transmission mode manual. Property is equal to switch time. Switch time. Clutch release time. Switch latency. Shift up RPM, shift down RPM. Oh. Clutch this. I never renamed this. And that's actually just these ones. Transmission mode is manual. Switch, release, latency. I should put this up here so it's alphabetical. Closer to it at least. And then I need to make sure that when I change this, I say notify property list changed. Does that one? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think theirs is a half second by default. This would be clutch release time. So the up RPM and down RPM. Yeah, yes, one. 0.1 is the most precise I can go there, so I'll do 0.1 here as well. Their default is 4,000 and 2,000. So I'll say 5,000. Or greater. RPM. Down RPM. I go like 1,000 more than the default on that one, I think. So the down is 2,000. So I guess I'll say this is 5,000. I'll just say 3,000. Shift down, down, 0 to 3,000 or greater. Okay. And then clutch strength, I think, would be here. Clutch strength, what unit is that? Units, kilometer, meter squared over S. Okay. I do have all that, but it's going to be a bit of copy pasting, I guess. So this is kilogram meter squared. And then per second. Per second. Kilogram meter squared per second. Yeah, it would just be this, actually. Kilogram per meter per second. Kilogram meters a second per second. Kilogram meters squared per second. Jeez. Same thing, right? Yeah. Clutch strength. That number's too big. This one is default at like 10. So I guess I'll say 50. Maybe 30. Or greater, of course. And then I just have this one at the bottom left to do. And then yeah, I will have one property. Packed float 32 array. That's not actually a resource type, is it? Let me see who uses packed float 32 arrays. Someone did use it. Somewhere. That's my stuff. Sprite 3D. Nope. Nope. This was used by something, right? Something used this? Ah, the label. The label. Label used it. I just want to see if they... Oh, they use it as... Oh, variant packed float 32 array. Duh. Duh. Of course. This does save. Actually, okay. This stays as object. And the other one becomes a packed float 32 array. What is it? Packed underscore float 32 underscore, of course. Property info. List. Yeah, set list and get list copy. And then I just have to bind the methods. List, set list, that's all it needs. And then I have to have all the methods that we can modify the list with. Clear, get, set, append size. Clear, get, set, append size. Clear, get, set, append size. Cool. Okay. That's all that. And this needs to have a hint that it's not, you're not supposed to be able to set it like this. Property. But yeah, property hint none, an empty string, and then I can write that. Okay, that's how I do it. Property usage, no editor. Is this how it... Property usage, no editor. Okay. I think that's all done. What's left? Yes, my thought is, would I want to access any of these? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Or methods that would be here. I can't get methods here, no matter what. I mean, I'll be able to, but... Differential engine transmission, wheeled, constraint. I think I have to do controller settings now. Okay, controller settings is just empty. One sec. I'll be right back. Need a snack. I'm back. Does vehicle constraint provide this? No. Is it wheeled vehicle controller? Okay, so wheeled vehicle controller has these things. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do imitate the inheritance here. Just have an empty vehicle controller settings. And then within vehicle controller, define right beneath it, wheeled vehicle controller settings. So I just realized these should actually be last. Oops. There. Wheel. Yeah. All right. Vehicle controller. I will also have wheeled vehicle controller. Yep. Okay. Cool. And yeah, vehicle controller settings is just going to be straight up empty. And it does need this though. Okay. And now, wheeled vehicle controller. I will have to do the wheels as well. Dang, linear curves again. Wait, what? Average wheels. Hmm? Why is limited slip ratio defined again? Limited slip differential between differentials. Okay. What does it set as here? I don't have it open. Limited slip ratio. Okay. Limited differential slip ratio. Right. And, protected. Is that how you do this? Oh, I have to say virtual. Cool. Return type is an abstract class. Why is that a problem? Oh. Why is it? Return type is an abstract class. Really? Okay. Oh. There we go. These will be refs as well. Um, right. Oh man, I don't I don't do this. So I've got to do this stuff. All this. Can I just make a macro? I would love to make a macro for that. Wheeled vehicle controller settings. Apply engine. Um, Actually don't have to do that, so that's good. But it will have default. Um, I will just do it would just be like mem new. Can I please stop doing that? Transmission. There we go. What does this like highlighting stuff keep coming back from? I don't understand. If it's not valid, get a new one. Apply engine. Okay. So these will need to be make friends with the controller settings. If I do a friend and then I inherit, do we stay? Does I don't know, just does inherited friend C++? Friendship is not inherited. Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know. How do I replay it? Weird. Okay. Differential. I have to set transmission as well. Cool. Right, so settings. Engine is engine.settings. We have array here. No, there's no array. Tough. I would like a reference to this. Array. What is it? Lowercase or uppercase? Lowercase. Cool. Hmm. Resize to differential size, and then yeah, I do have a problem again. This is an array. I don't know when the array changes. So I have to do this thing again where I make a list. A differential list or something like that. Man. Annoying. Maybe I could just make like a generic type that acts as a resource. And all it does is accept a value and then a template. Yeah, let me do... Okay, I can't make it a template because I have to export it because it's a resource, so it'll see it. The editor has to see it. So I just have to make it again. Very cool. Thank you, Godot. This is awesome. My favorite. I don't need the stuff at the bottom, at least. Not the to and from, or to Godot and to Jolt. But I do need the bind methods. This will be Ray. This is what sucks. I want to assign these values directly, but unfortunately, the list takes those values in place. It's not a reference list. I mean, I guess I can actually just do it like this. I would just take... Every time I add one, I have to bind that to my list to say, hey, emit changed, right? When a differential in my list changes, I change. What's what I'm looking for? It's getting darker and darker slowly. Okay. List clear, emit changed. I have to go through and unbind everything though. Can I bind their emit change to my emit changed? Is that actually fine? I think so. I think I can actually do that. So everything in the list, I have to unbind it. Disconnect changed. Connect changed, disconnect changed, callable MP. Yeah, just like that. That's the method I want to bind it to, or unbind it to. And then when I set, when I set, does this return the previous value? That would be very cool if it did. This is an array. No, void. Tough. Does get return null if it's out of range? That would be cool. Why is get so far down? Oh my god, operator. Typically, you would define get to return like a default or a null, and then you would define operator to throw an exception. So I'm assuming this means that it's an exception. Operator return read only equals array private vector. Oh my. Operator return cow data get. Oh man. Okay. Get. Crash ban index. Well, okay. Only had to go like 3 function calls deep for that one. Cool. So I do want the the crash there, but when I check, I guess what I'm not sure about is if you can do set like index plus 1, right? If you can set index plus 1. I'll just do this. If index is less than list size, I will get it, and then if D is valid, then I gotta do this. And in fact, Since I'm going to be doing this a lot, or I mean, I say a lot. That's the last time I'm doing that one. List set value if, and this would be okay. And they like putting them over there, so I'll follow. If value is value, is what I just wrote. Value connect changed to call image changed. That method on this function, on this thing. Append, image change, return size, get list copy. Set list to this list, and then I would say, oh no, I'm returning a list copy. That's just for saving though, right? No, because get list copy is what shows up. Oh no. It was fine when it's a packed float array. So I would get a copy and then I would set it. I would change it and it would set. Wait, no, I'm confused. What's copy for? Copy is so it can save. Because it saves it as underscore list. So when it loads, it will set. I mean, I guess that's fine. Whoops. Get list copy shows. It doesn't show. You don't get to set that. It's usage no editor. So it's only set by code. But when it loads, it will call get. Or when it saves, it will call get. Stash that. And when it loads, it will call set with that saved copy. So it's effectively already a copy. If D is valid, Disconnect. Duplicate member list. What are you talking about? What? 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 What is it talking about? That's really weird. What? What did I do wrong? Oh, I have a semicolon there. For some reason. I don't know why. Then I would set. Then I would do this again. Connect changed. Okay, this one's still weird to me. I don't know, it just seems strange. So this list stores just all the things, right? Damn. I just realized something. This won't be nice in the editor. I'll have to create one of these and then I can't modify it from the editor. Why do the arrays not allow me to know when something has changed? Because my hope was I would go into the editor, I click like, oh, add new vehicle differential setting. You know, it shows up in the editor, says an array, I click add, then I change the values. Does not work like that. This way. And this is just so I can keep track of when these are changing and emit changes myself. But the array thing sucks. That one really sucks. There's no callbacks to know whether or not an array changes on you. From GDScript, what you would do is you would have the array be on a setter. But you don't really care about knowing exactly when the array changes. Because in your code, you would just iterate through the array. And the changes would be there. In my case, anytime the array changes, I have to immediately forward that to Jolt. I could simply make it so that the get method always returns a copy. But if always returns a copy, when you're on the editor and you click add, what happens there? It calls get and then it modifies that. But I don't think it calls set. Not necessarily. I mean, I guess I can modify the engine, so... this shows up and I can modify it like that. There's gotta be a way I can do this. Just by using array and exporting array. There's gotta be. I guess what I can do is go straight to array and create okay, how does resource say that it's changed? How does it emit this signal? Because that's what it does. It emits a signal. Resource, because it comes from object. Ref counted comes from object, right? Yeah, ref counted comes from object. Object holds all the signal stuff. Tough. Array does not have this. Array can't have this. Not like that. Yeah, array just extends nothing at all. I guess what I can do, just very lazily have, like, I mean, the real issue is that we can do this stuff where we do, this reference thing. Where is it? This variant. Because it returns a reference to a variant, which means if you call equals on that, it's going to move it on top of that, is what that will mean. Or it would copy it into it, you know, whatever, right? I guess copying is preferred. It would copy into that. And then you would have no clue. So if you did array brackets 0 equals something, you wouldn't know that's changed. Because the brackets returns a reference, and then that reference is copied to. Yeah. How can I know? Because resources don't get process methods, so they don't get to check constantly if something's updated, you know, if the array has changed. But if I want to be able to edit it from the editor, I have to allow... The array just has to be exposed as is. Does ref? No, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I was gonna ask, does ref give me like a signal? No, it still wouldn't know if the array changed. Yeah. This one's really tough. This came from the fact that this cannot be edited in the editor. I can't modify this in the editor like that. I could do some crazy... No, that's too dumb. I was going to say I could do some crazy stuff with the property list and like manually implement my own like adding and deleting element thing. That's crazy though. That's too much. I mean, I guess what can happen is... Let me just try searching this. Flashbang. Like I said, just the issue is that from the editor's perspective, it's not calling set. It calls, if I show an array on the editor, it just calls get and then it manipulates the array directly. It's not, I don't click add and it like creates a whole new array and copies it. That's not what it does. I mean, I guess if it did do that, then it would be okay. Every time I add a new value, that would be okay. Essentially, what I'm at the point is that if I add or remove a value, and in fact, even if I change a value, because what happens when I add is it creates a new element and then it's empty. And then I click like new or load or something like that. And then it calls this on the array. It doesn't retrieve the array, make a copy, apply this, and then set it back to my original object, my original resource, right? Let me go look and see what the code does. Because I might be able to, I say might. I can find it where it does this. Is it editor? It's probably plugins array or something. I believe it would be resize 1, right? So I guess let me look for resize. 4,000 resizes. Dude. I can find it, it's just gonna be hell to find it. Totally bad. Extension. I feel like I saw something at some point that looked like it was kind of there. Object. Script language. Script instance. I think it's got to be an editor. Editor inspector. Editor property. Yeah. I was reading revert. Editor property. It has an object. Editor property emit changed. If anytime I interact with okay, let me try continuing to look for this. Why is there something about notified? Yeah, Google's drunk. What is that? Getting notified. Wait. Getting notified when resources change. Set. Changed. Emit. Resource. But that's not an array. I was thinking it might give something like, oh, but if you have an array, you can do this. Unfortunately not. I'll call a function whenever an array's size changed. That's a good one. Pretty much what I want. Go to run. I put this into a function. Don't like what the code calling it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, don't set drawn to a new value. It doesn't work because then I can't do it in the editor. I just want to do it in the editor. Closed is not planned. Well, ain't that sad? Why are people downvoting that? What? I mean, I was looking at it, it's pretty much impossible for me to add it, but downvotes. Really? Just sucks because I can't do it from the editor. I will be right back. I'm back. All right, so I bet I can think of something that will work here. I mean, all right. The only thing I give up here is that I can't set this through the inspector. I mean, that's just, I just hate that. That sucks. I hate that. It's dumb. It's stupid. It's dumb. There may be something with how curve works where it adds them to a property list. But curve definitely still has like something in the some like plugin or thing in the engine that's allowing it to like pop up a button and say like, hey, click this. Let me see. Oh my god. Okay, Curve 2D has fewer. Though they still just use curve. Editor plugins. Path 2D editor plugin. This is like yeah, this is like the bar at the top. It's not what I want. And this is as far up as it goes. Okay. I have to find a way to modify this from the editor. In theory, I could just expose the array and make it so you have to do like a refresh. You have to like refresh the scene. That could work. I can still make it so that if I change the differential, it it can listen to that and emit changed. So for instance, I could do it while the game is running in that case. But the array itself, if I were to change a differential, if I were to like remove it and set a new value in place, or add a differential or remove a differential, add or remove a slot, it does not update. It would not update until I were to call, I guess like until I hit save. You know, maybe save, you know, causes some sequence of updates where it retrieves the value, saves it to disk, and then sets it back. Or I just have to call reload scene to get that to update. I guess in the game, right, when the game is running, it's fine because it's always going to be running from that. You're not going to be changing it in the game. And if you do, I guess I would have to expose a function that says, you know, apply differentials, right? Apply differential list, apply gear ratio list, apply reverse gear ratio list. I would have to expose those methods. for scripting. That would allow me to modify it in the editor, and it would still work if I change things and then hit run. It would still work. Yeah. I guess I was just overthinking it. The only real issue is if I'm scripting a change to the array. But even then, at that point, I'm scripting a change. So really, the only thing that could happen is if from the editor side, if I'm scripting, then I'm already scripting, so I can just call, hey, apply this change I just made. The real thing is from the editor side, if I were to change something while a game is running, it wouldn't reflect, which is okay. That's actually okay. If I'm changing a resource while the game is running, changing an array while the game is running, I guess that's fine if it doesn't update live for me. Okay. I'm going to go and implement that. So this means I can take off all this garbage. All this garbage goes away. I just have to make sure that when I call this set, I iterate through and do this stuff. Whoops. Like so. Yeah, essentially like this set list. Apply differentials. Yeah, in like the set, get engine settings. So I would do this like here. This would be a ref. Right, so at least here I can, when I do it like this, no. In differentials here, disconnect, and then set differentials. Here, run through the list again. And reconnect. Or just connect with the new ones. Right? And then I'll just call apply differentials. I guess this would actually be not emit changed, but apply differentials. Yeah. Array resize, to differential size, and then set them all. Cool. So yeah, anytime one of those change, we apply differentials to everything. I was just wondering for a second if I could use some kind of like reference or something so I don't have to do this. And I could just make it always update, but there's nothing. There's nothing I can do there. Also, it's supposed to be that. Okay. I drop all the list stuff. Transmission mission settings has this. This one does kind of suck. I can't change this one while the game runs at all. If I want to change it, I have to restart. Because these aren't resources. This is a packed array. Also, this should be a reference, right? I didn't think there were that many of those. That's weird. I thought there were way less. Oh, look, it's mine. Although I did find something. I think it's like... Oh yeah, it's a label. They don't return a reference. They just return a copy. Whoa. I'm going to go look at label and see if they document that this is a copy, because I'm sure that that's what that is. Paragraph something tab stops. The returned array is copied, right? I mean, I guess if if the return value is a copy, then it's pretty obvious at that point you always have to set it. Okay, wait. If this is always a copy, and this is a property, this means when you change it in the editor, right, because it doesn't have a reference. So when you change it in the editor, you get a copy that you change and it sets it back every time. So if I just don't return a reference, that's weird. 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 I don't know. But when you set it, what do? Do you copy? Set tab stops. Oh, we just accept it. So I can set it to a value and then change my value and it will update there. It's a little silly. No, that sets by copying. That definitely just sets by copying. Okay. Never mind. Here, set list. Not doing this anymore. Let's do that, and this all goes away. I mean, isn't that just crazy? Although I guess I do have to call apply gear list, right? Well, not really. Yes, really, I do. Because I need to expose that function. So when someone else changes it, they have to call that as well. Or they could call that. Not in this instance, actually. Actually, yeah, not in this instance. Never mind. Not in this instance. Cool. Gear ratio list equals that. Turn reverse. Okay. Is it all correct? Good. When I set, I just do 2. I think you can just do 2 Jolt. No. Dang it. Right. So these definitely don't have conversions, right? Yeah, they definitely don't. I could add it. I could. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just add that. I mean, it's not too much to just write in place. So I'll just do that. I'll just write in place. Should be reverse gear ratios, right? How would I know? M reverse gear ratios. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I forgot to put on the BR back thing. Whoops. It's dark. I'm gonna have to leave it here. Gotta go have dinner and end the day. Right. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow early for the same thing. Hopefully tomorrow it will be done. And I can actually start driving a vehicle around, getting it tuned, and then whatever else is next. I think level blocking. This is just like an interruption for level blocking. So I could do something a bit different for a little while. Right. That's it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.